Hello, everyone. Okay. So let's get the screen sharing set up, and I think we'll get started today. So today it's only going to be me. Paul's unable to make it today, but that's fine. Instead, I'll have to do things by myself. And yeah, today's stream is going to be interesting, I think, because we'll be dealing with this big mess. Maybe while people are joining, I'll clean it up a little bit. I've been kind of messing around with things, so it's kind of a mess. It's kind of like spaghetti, but yeah, you can clean it up, and it looks much better when it's nice and clean. And it's only this complicated because I kind of wanted to get it all to fit in one screen. So anyway, so the people who follow me on Twitter will have seen this image, or the image of this before it was made into a tangled mess. So this is essentially BabyAGI, which is an interesting project. BabyAGI, which you can find on GitHub. And it's a simple kind of experiment, as you will, with language models and kind of making an autonomous AI. And by default, it's set up to just talk to itself and make tasks and pretend to do those tasks and kind of continue to do that forever until there's no more tasks. But I've also added tooling and things like that when I was playing around with it. And there's another project out there called AutoGPT, which is very similar, but it's like made more for like writing code and doing tests and things like that. So it's a lot harder to pick apart and do things with. So I'm still interested in this, but it was just easier to get started with BabyAGI because it was like a few hundred lines of code, just a few prompts like this, which made intuitive sense to me. But I was kind of wondering, is there ways to make that more efficient or better at doing things? So I've been setting up all the important parts of this into a circuit library, a component library, this one. And yeah, just to make sure that I'm able to do it by itself, kind of set it up without any of the original code. It literally only has essentially the original prompts. And then other than that, it's all components. So we'll be working with this today and just kind of playing around with it, seeing it do things. I have a couple things I want to do, mainly that the tooling is not ideal. I have some ideas of how it should work and how I want it to work. And they don't work that way right now. They're kind of like globals. I want to get rid of global state. The other thing is the Python tool is kind of almighty. And if you give it the Python tool, it's always going to reach for the Python tool and not do anything else. So I kind of want to experiment with like not giving it the Python tool and see if I can get it to do other things. Because I have created a SQLite tool, but haven't actually tested it because it's never used it. It just decides to do Python. And, I kind of want to limit the thing to be using these tools so that I could, for example, say, I need you to enter, this, use this specific database. I don't want you to use any database, right? I want you to use this specific database. And then even for the Python, I might want it to use specific libraries or a certain directory. And for example, the GitHub tool or the Google Drive tool, I want it to be doing those things, not using Python to do those things, because when it creates the Python code, it kind of doesn't, it doesn't know what the keys are, or like it doesn't have API keys or anything like that set up. So it might not write it to the right location. So I kind of want to do some more experiments on the tooling and seeing if I can make it, be more specific when it's using tools. So yeah, so let's kind of get started here, and open to ideas from anyone who's watching. If you have something that you want to see, you can let me know. If it's something that I think is doable, I can change up the prompt here and let it give that a shot, see what it looks like. Yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention is, this is really complicated, and this isn't what I think the final form of it will be. This is more like an experimentation type of thing, right? Because essentially BabyAGI is a task executor, a creator, and a prioritizer, and that's it. But I wanted to experiment with adding a task critic that would review the code that the executor created. And the idea was to make it so that it rewrote the code, or just let the code through as is. But it doesn't really do it. It can't, like, the critic always responds with, yeah, that looks great, no issues there, and then lets things through. And that's not ideal. So I've got to see, how do we change the prompt? So this is a prompt that I made that's like in the same vein as the other ones, to see if we can get it to do things. But it could be just that the task that I'm doing is bad. So I had this idea of, I wanted to get all the games that are available on Good Old Games. So I asked it to crawl it, but there's also lots of problems with that. For example, OpenAI, it's against OpenAI's policy. So randomly the bot will say, I can't do that. That's kind of annoying, because I want it to do the thing. So might want to think of a different, something different to do here. Essentially, it has access to Playwright, and it has access to PyAutoGUI and a couple of other libraries. So, it should be able to do some things, but I'm trying to look for simple things to do. So I'm open to ideas. If everybody has one, throw it in the comment or the chats, and I'll give it a go. There are some obvious obvious objectives, like given this account with $1,000 in it, do day trading to increase the money or something like that. And that's like a genuinely interesting bot to have, because you could make a like Quantopian tool and a Yahoo Finance tool, and just kind of limit it. It has to use the data in Yahoo Finance, pick stocks, and then trade it on Quantopian. And you might need a sleep tool or something like that to get it to sleep and wait for a certain amount of time. So yeah, that's other ideas. But I kind of want something that's not so crazy like trading, because you have to set up the trading account, and even for paper trading, it's a little bit involved. So I don't want to do that one on the stream. But if any other ideas, we can do that. The thing I did last time was get it to paint stuff, and painting stuff was kind of cool, I guess. Could continue to do that. But it's a little boring. It's not exactly super good, I don't think. So let's get to it. So let's kick it off with something just to show that it's working. So what could we do? What's a thing that I would like it to do? Actually, let's start from scratch. So I'll leave this open so that we can kind of have it. But let's start with a new circuits file and just kind of go through the different parts of the BabyAGI system. Yeah, let's do one without any tools. So the main thing about BabyAGI is that you have your task executor, and that takes, like a prompt and an objective and a list of tasks. And then there's the model, which in this case will be GPT 3.5, because I don't have access to GPT 4. And maybe we'll switch that out with some other model later. Then you give it like a set of tools and access to memory. And, shameless plug, because we make Vecto, I'm not going to be using Pinecone here. I'm going to be using Vecto, which is better. And yeah, everyone should use it. So let's get this set up correctly. So one of the first things you need is the tasks. And you do need a kind of create task list. And because this is going to be running in a loop, you're going to need to define a variable. So these work, and you can just kind of set that up. So the initial task, let me open the script to see if I used initial task or not. Create task list. Yeah, it'll use the initial task if you give it one, and if not, it'll say develop a task list, right? So you need to do that. So as an optional parameter. And then we'll define a variable. And my system is kind of wonky sometimes. The name of this variable will be task list. The value will be this task list, which is a DQ. Let's try to do that. Okay. So that's one thing. Now we have our tasks. We can just connect that in there. And that didn't get connected. Really don't know why this happens to me, but it doesn't happen if you install it. It's just I'm using this really messed up environment. Okay, so then the next thing you need is tools and memory. So we're just going to do things in a single line here. Now for the memory, I've created, of course, a Vecto memory. And this one takes the name of a vector space. So you can go to app.vecto.ai, log into our very minimal but quite useful thing. So let's put this over here and see if I can find it. I don't think I have it here. One sec. But I do have it here. Okay, so let me grab myself a window. So I mainly use Safari, so that's fine. But anyway, so we'll go with a bit of app.vecto.ai. And I didn't crash it. So you can see that I have this AutoGPT space 1, which is the main one that I'm using here. So we'll just copy that in there. Let's close this out. Okay, and this modality thing should really be automatic, but it should be text, all capital. Okay, so now that we have this vecto memory, we can hook up the memory into the agent. If this will let me. There we go. We really need to get to the bottom of that one. Okay, so now that you have the memory, there's the model, which is simple. You do GPT 5 Turbo. That's what we'll be using. That's simple. And then the tools. So the tools are one of the new things that I created. So this doesn't, exist anywhere else. But let's see if we can get it to use SQLite. So I will initialize the SQLite tool. I use the path, data.db. Okay, and then we have a tool spec, and that needs to go into a tool belt. It's just the way I set it up. So we'll move things over here, set this to be tool number 1, and initialize the tool belt. And this tool belt spec goes into the tools. Okay, now this is something that sometimes happens, and it's not us, but for some reason there's like a max length that things are at. But anyway, so next is the prompt and the objective. So the prompt that it comes with, so this is essentially my revision of the BabyAGI prompt. It says, like, you are an AI who performs one task based on the following objective. Take into account these previously completed tasks, context, your task, your tools, and then I explain how you can use the tool. So I show that it can use Python exec. So I have the feeling it's going to try to use Python exec. It loves that tool. Yeah, and then finally response, and it just waits for the response. So let's kind of put this in here somewhere, like that. Now the objective is what we want it to do. And what do we want it to do? It's a good question. You have SQLite. So it's a good thing to get it to do. And get it to generate a random database of jokes. Of 100 jokes. That could be a thing. Let's see how it does. Create a database. A database that is full of jokes and comedians, and links the comedians to the jokes they said and where they and the venue where they said it. Let's call this a test database. full of jokes and comedians. Links the comedians to the jokes. Okay. Let's see how it does with that. It's kind of a simple objective. Okay, and then so the task executor is essentially all set up, but it doesn't actually do the action because I've created this critic, and that's where I've implemented the action. So I might create an action performer or something like that. Let's see how that works. So let's just do this. So we'll connect it to the executor agent. If I can do that without getting a bug. That probably didn't work, right? Yeah. I really got to fix this bug. Okay. So we'll do that. That's not working. It's so strange because it seems to be only me that has this bug. It's so weird. Anyway, so let's give it a chance to refresh. So I'll save the file, close it. Let's close this one too while we're at it. And open it again. Okay, so triangle must be linked to triangle. That's fine. That was the error that I was at. Oh man, why does it not like? That's so weird. I might switch over to my Windows machine for this one anyway. So, but I get it just enough. Okay, so anyway, so we have the task critic, which also needs a prompt of its own. And I think we'll just grab it from, I'll grab it from the crawler. So the critic string was this one. And now it's back to not being too happy. It does seem to be related to switching tabs. So if I don't switch any tabs, then things are much happier. So maybe I'll just try that. Okay, now we're with a fresh context, and that's weird. Let me give the browser a refresh. I've been messing with it. Okay, so now this is back. Let's see if this connects, and that did not. Oh man, that is so annoying. Why in the world does this happen? Anyway, so we're there, and let's get the prompt running. So these variables are kind of defined by the slot, so you can use them. We try to make that happen. And then the objective is the same objective, so you just hook that in there. The model is the same model, so you can hook that in there. And because it's still going to use the same memory, you can hook up the vector memory. And because it's going to be using the tools, actually, then you hook up the tools. So now everything is nice and connected, and you'll get a result. And we can, maybe let's print the result here, just so that we can see what it looks like. and then we'll finish. Okay, cool. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to rename it. Actually, I'll leave it untitled 3. So compile it. Yeah, successfully compiled. So I should have an untitled 3.py. There we go. And I have a little command to copy everything into my Windows machine over here. So because it is, running random code, I'm not going to run it on my Mac. That's kind of dangerous. Let's copy the untitled 3.py. Over here. Okay, so untitled 3.py is here. See, it works. Looks like it's set up correctly. And let's just run it inside this terminal here. And it has developed the task, and the results are essentially empty. So improvement and is the optimal solution. So that's what the task critic has kind of said. And you can see the prompt that we're sending it over. And you can see the results here. And the result is none. So that is weird. So let's look at that. So the task executor has not given us any tasks. That is interesting. No matter, we can still keep going. Maybe it just needs the loop. So let's finish the rest of the owl. So after we have our executor and the critic, which is the thing that I made, you need a task creator and then task prioritizer. And then once you have prioritized your tasks, you need to set the variable to update the task list. And that's pretty much it, I think. So let's wire this up. So the task creator is a specific string. So I'll go grab that one. I want to do it without switching up the tabs, but it's open in another tab, so I'll just open it here. Okay, so the creator's prompt is this. So I'll copy that. And let's see. Okay, this time it seems okay. Cool. So we have this prompt, which is weirdly tall to that other bug, but things are good. Don't need to worry about that bug right now. The model is still GPT-3 Turbo, so we'll just do that here. GPT 3.5 Turbo. I could make this be like all context based so that you don't have to put it in all the time, which makes a sense for like model and objective. But I was thinking it might be interesting to have like different models for the different steps. So you might want to have GPT-3 on these ones, but GPT-4 for the task executor. So that's why I left it like that. But that's really it. But anyway, so let's take this and move it here so that it's easier to connect. then this result is this thing. So it takes the result of the action and it needs to take the task. So these two things are linked here, like so. And then you still need the task list, so you can grab that from way over there, or you can just add a little get variable component. So if you hook this up here and give it the name task list, we'll grab the task list for you, and then you can hook that up in there. Okay, so once the task creator agent is done, it's going to give you a new set of tasks, just like a random one. And essentially you need the prioritizer to reorder them in the way that makes sense. So we'll hook up the triangle. Oh, not from there, from here. Okay. And after the task creator, we set the new task list there. Model is still the same, GPT 3.5 Turbo. There. The objective is that same objective over here. So just hook that in there. And then the prompt that this one used was this: you are a prioritization AI tasked with cleaning and formatting and reprioritizing the following tasks. Okay, so there's some magic variables in here. You might notice that task names, there's no task name here, but I had to do a little function to get that because that worked better than just having the JSON and things like that. So that's why that's like that. Now our prioritized tasks become the new task list. And you hook that up, and then you're kind of done. And this is one loop of the thing. So we can save and compile this and run it. Okay, so let's synchronize everything. And run it again and see what happens. Okay, so the new tasks are scrape data from comedy websites and get their jokes. Create a database schema. So we don't want it to do any scraping. So I will kind of add that to the objective, I think, because we don't want it to scrape. We just want it to come up with random jokes. That is full of jokes and comedians. Please make up the jokes yourself and not take them from the internet. Okay, so let's give that a run and see how that works. And I could actually run it from using the remote run feature that we have, but it doesn't have access to the GUI if we do it that way. So if it does want to create like a window or run a program and use and interact with it at the desktop, you won't be able to see anything if it's doing SSH. Okay, so research and identify popular comedians and their styles of comedy. Generate a list of original jokes for the database, and things like that. So still wanting to go to the internet, but who knows, it might not actually get to that. So that's one cycle. And essentially to make this become an AutoGPT, you bring it back full circle and you just keep doing that over and over again. So we can do that by using the loop. So between the tool belt and the task executor agent, you're going to want a loop component. And so after the tool belt, we loop. And the loop is kind of also how you determine when you're done. So after you're done looping, you might want to print like finished. And then instead of the finish being here, we bring it back and put it here. Okay, and then the body will be this, the whole BabyAGI thing. So then you might be wondering, okay, so what is the condition? Well, the condition is essentially if the task list is empty or not. And so you can just hook this into the condition, and you can verify that in Python if you have a DQ, empty list, DQ, or I have to import it. What did I call it? What is it called? DQ comes from collections. So from collections, import DQ, and DQ, the empty one, right? If DQ print yay. Shouldn't print anything, but if DQ 1, 2, 3, I think you need to pass the list. It does print yay. So we can just use the fact that an empty list is false in Python to make our lives easier. And I think that's something that maybe you want to make easier to do, which is kind of evaluate more things in the condition. But anyway, so now it's looped. So we have this branch, which will do the thing, and then this branch, which will finish. And yeah, so let's compile and ship this over. And run it. So the main thing here is, will it figure out, I'm sorry, I cannot perform the task as it requires creativity to make up jokes that I do not possess. Which is so weird, because when you're chatting with GPT-3, it makes tons of jokes. You can say, tell me a joke, and it will totally tell you a joke. So now it's going to continue to do that. Okay, so cool. It has actually generated some SQL. That is amazing. So it creates the table if it doesn't exist jokes. Then comedians, venues, and oh, and then it does it again. Okay, so that's something that I've thought was possible, but haven't actually implemented. So that caused it to crash. So the execute argument must be stir, not list, because the code is a list and needs to be a single string. So let's fix that. So I think we can go into the SQLite tool, open the script, and yeah, nothing is happening really in the SQLite tool. It's all happening up in the run tool, which is an ugly, ugly thing. That is the way it is because we need to get it to actually work, and the AI makes various mistakes. But anyway, I think we're going to have code And the code is going to be these kind of lines. And if tool SQL in line, and I want to continue in that case. So if I experience another tool SQL, then I'll skip it. And then it's going to reach another triple backtick. Then it's going to include to true, go to the next line, and then append that line. Okay, cool. So I think execute does more than one thing, and it's set up with semicolons and everything. So we will just join with new lines code and fetch everything after that. And for this one, just to make it so that we can see things better, I'm going to call this jokes.db. And you might notice, like, hey, what about this thing that you call data.pp? We'll get to that part. That's one of the things I wanted to do in this stream. Anyway, so let's save, compile that, and update the code over there, and run it in this virtual machine. This virtual machine is actually not just a virtual machine. It's actually firewalled from the internet and things like that. So it can't access too many things because, you know, we're dealing with the Kraken here, right? Like literally giving it essentially all the tools it needs to launch the missiles, right? But I'm confident that GPT-3 is not that smart, and semi-confident that GPT-4 is not that smart. Pretty confident, like 90% sure. So I'll take my precautions, right? I'm running this in a throwaway virtual machine, doesn't even have Windows license, right? Has no access to the internet. If I didn't make any mistakes, and to break out of this, it would have to be really, really good, and I'm pretty sure it's not that good. So yeah, unfortunately, you can only execute one statement at a time. So I was afraid of this, but actually, it seems like it has already, you know, it has some great comedians, has some good venues, I think, and it has some interesting jokes, I guess. So let's fix this bug. So this code doesn't work because it needs to execute only one thing at a time. So we need to essentially join the code into a string, and then I think we'll need to split it by semicolon. So we'll have that, and then for query in queries, we'll execute the query, and we'll make res equal that, res plus equals that, plus equals new line. And I cannot immediately recall if this works in Python. I think it does. Ooh, that's a good point. this is going to not return a string, it's going to return a thing. So I need to string this thing. Yeah, and I don't have to string that thing anymore because it'll be a string. Okay. It works. So let's do this now. Okay, so let's run this again. Scale of humor. Use natural language processing algorithms. Like that's another thing. It likes to generate code, right? And I think that's actually one of the. It's almost like an alignment issue, right? In this case, I don't necessarily want it to write code. I kind of want it to do the work, right? But it's, way more fixated in generating code. That's just what it wants to do. So, table comedians has no column name style. Okay, so it's actually ran one. So we'll have we should have a jokes.db, which is cool. Is there an SQLite extension? Let me enable the internet on this thing real quick. I'm sorry if you guys can hear my dog. He's quite annoying. Okay, firewall. And allow. Okay, so now let me see if we can get SQLite or inquiry SQLite databases. That seems very useful. There's also this one. This one has 1 million downloads, so I guess we'll do that. Okay, and how do you use it? Okay, so there's a command to use it. So we'll go. I think I have to press Control P. Yeah. SQLite. Open database. JokesDB. And did that do anything? Here we go. I see. Okay, cool. So we can look at the comedians. It seems to be empty. The jokes. Select star from jokes. So there's no jokes. And no venues. That's unfortunate. That's weird. Because I think it did this one, right? Insert into comedians. Values, Jerry Seinfeld, Tina Fey. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm missing a commit. So, got to execute the query, fetch all. Then I think it's going to you need to execute. I thought it would do it automatically. Implicitly opens a transmit, and then you have to call con commit. So okay, well, let's just call commit after all the queries. I think that should do it. Synchronize. Then let's close SQLite. Delete the jokes database. And run this again. See if it comes up with better jokes. And if anybody has any other ideas of what we could do, let me know. Because the GitHub and the Google Docs plugins are not done yet. So all we can really do is, write to files and really call Python. Oh, and let me turn on that firewall again, just in case. Okay, and yeah, table comedians has no column name comedian name. Okay, so this is a thing, and I think now it may have, yeah. So now we do have some comedians, and we do have some jokes. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? So funny. Okay, but it has other jokes here, which I think are a little bit better. But it needs to fix itself. So let's do that. I have implemented that for the Python, but haven't implemented it for SQLite. So for the Python, it has, result and then error, right? Like standard error here. So we kind of need to do the same thing here. So we need to try to do the things commit if there is no problems. And just add the error result if there's a result. I think with that, it will sort of run into problems and then try to fix them. This is one of the issues with these transformers as well. Like, they have no memory, essentially. Like, all they know is what you put in the prompts. So this thing's memory is really limited to, whatever we fetch from Vecto, and what we're fetching from Vecto is essentially, the most relevant task, or the most relevant kind of context for things. And there might be, it might have run into an issue, but it won't be able to fix it, essentially, because it's forgotten it. It has to learn the same thing over and over again, which is why I kind of want to get a recurrent neural network like RWKV running instead, because if I can keep that context, the recurrent context, alive in the agent, it will kind of have a memory. Probably isn't enough for it to remember things from it, but it might remember to avoid certain stuff. Anyway, the problem is it's this, right? I always forget how to do this in Python. It doesn't complain. And it changed, you know. I'm old, and back in my day, Python was written a different way. And even though I should have learned Python 3 by now, I'm stuck in my Python 1 ways. So Frieza says, make an AI dungeon. AI dungeon could be an interesting thing to try. How would you do an AI dungeon? So I think one of the things is we need a way to interact with the user. Yeah, it does kind of need memory, but an interesting thing is that it has SQL. So we could say that it's implementing a RPG in SQL, and it might be able to interactively add and query from that database to make the right responses. If we give it Python, it's just going to try and create a, it's just going to try and create a game. But if it only has SQL, it might query it and use the results. I don't know, that's an interesting idea. We can kind of give that a try. And yeah, so now this is one of the weaknesses of both AutoGPT and this is it doesn't know when to stop. It just will keep going, which doesn't bode well for the whole paperclip thing, you know. It's like, yeah, just launch the hypno drones, you know. Yeah, I mean, it will eventually stop when it runs out of tasks, but it's just good at coming up with new things to do. So it just will continue until eventually it's going to launch the hypno drones, I guess. But yeah, I think it's good enough. Let's refresh the jokes and see what we got. How do I refresh? I just have to close this, refresh this. I have the joke table and I have a jokes table. Still only 3 things. But now it has performances and venues, comedian joke, and comedian. It's a lot more comedians, but unfortunately no more jokes. It's like 3. I told my wife she was drawing her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised. Yeah, that's a funny one. Why do they call it rush hour when nothing moves? Yeah, that's a good one. It's like a Rodney Dangerfield kind of joke. But anyway, you can see it's perfectly capable of doing things with SQLite. So so we could either keep playing with it or fix some things. Actually, I do kind of wonder what it would do. So let's put rpg.db here, and maybe we'll fix this later. And in here, say that let's play an RPG, text-based RPG using SQLite. Create a world with mobs and locations in SQL and interact with the user so that they can play the game. An interesting thing. And we'll need a new tool. So I think we'll need to create one. Now the tool I'm thinking of is take the Python spec, paste it in there. Then we'll call this full spec prompt user. Okay, so create a prompt the user for input this tool. Prompt user and prompt user output. There. This tool. And this tool will receive the let's see if it can understand what to do with that. There. So tools, prompt name, prompt user, full spec prompt user. Call was prompt user. Hey Freeman, how's it going? Okay, so now we have this prompt user tool, and unfortunately we have to implement that in the run tool function, which is one of the things I want to refactor later. But anyway, so let's put it above the SQL one because that's a little weird. Else if tool name dot starts with prompt user. We'll print user, then we'll input like that. and then we can return it. Pretty simple. Yeah, I think that's preventing that from working. So, did I save and compile? I don't think I did. So let's save and compile. Desynchronize here, and let's see if we can play a game. And hopefully, no puppets show up. That would scare the crap out of me. Do you want to play a game? I don't think that the tools provided are suitable for developing a text-based RPG using SQLite. Yeah, this is the thing. It wants to always make a program. I don't want it to make a program. I want it to be a program, you know? So that, I'm not 100% sure what we could change in the prompt to make it do that. But that's possible that it's going to be something we'll need to work on. But anyway, let's see if it gets to the prompting phase and prompts me to do something. Okay, so it has created the database. There's some items. And now it's created some locations and mobs. It's created a bunch of tables. It's going to do number 7 next. Still with the locations and inventory thing. Now it's doing task 17. Yeah, this one might be a little tough for it, mainly because, like I said, it wants to make a program. And, you know, that kind of makes sense. It's a chatbot, really, not really an agent. So, not sure if it'll be able to do the things. Shut up my air conditioning. Okay, so it's created some stuff. We have a sword, a shield, and a potion. But I think we need to tweak the prompt for like the objective. But it is interesting that it knows that it doesn't have access to the Python exec. That was one of my fears. So Freeman says he wants to join ISC. At the supercomputing conference? That would be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind going to the supercomputing conference, so I can see all the hardware I don't have access to. Yeah, cool. There's a lot more mobs now. We got goblins, orcs, trolls, Gargoyles. I wonder if it can play it with itself. But I do remember somewhere on the internet is a SQL RPG thing. It's like essentially a game that's created entirely with SQL triggers and things like that. So maybe actually next time I can give it a different objective, saying, you have a database called rpg.db and use it to do stuff. Let's see if we can figure out like how to get the schema and things like that. So all the student tickets are already spent. That sucks. You could maybe give NEC a call. Don't know if you want to be on their radar, but they might have something if they're going. Okay, yeah, so now it's kind of like stuck because it's, it's not necessarily stuck. It's just, it can't remember what it did. So the AI is kind of like not really making any progress anymore. And 280 euros. That's a lot. I mean, maybe not in the big scheme of things if you were like expecting to get a job or something like that. But yeah, they should have like a $10 student price, or maybe at most 50, something along those lines. Because you have to get there in the first place, and that definitely costs money. But anyway, let's look what's in our RPG database. Go run database RPGDB. Okay, so what's in the inventory? There's nothing in the inventory. In the items, there's nothing in the items. Locations, oh, that's weird. I thought I saw it inserting things. No, but it is a very interesting database for this stuff. But it might be dropping all this, like it might be dropping all the rows, because it sees that it already exists, and then it fixes the issue by dropping everything and recreating. Yeah, so anyway, so this is just taking up money, so I'll maybe cancel that. Wonder if it should be called something else. Prompt user. Maybe we can call it ask for help. Tool prompt user. So, would you like to play a game? It's a bad prompt to put in there. So I would. Did I forget to set it up? Yes, I did. Okay, so maybe not all is lost because I forgot to put the tool into the tool belt. Could be an important step. So let's do that. Okay, so let's get the SQLite tool. Again, it doesn't really need a path. It doesn't really do anything with the path. And then let's get the prompt user tool. And hook that in there. Put that as tool 1, that is tool 2, then go on to the tool. Okay, so definitely not ideal in terms of specifying tools. Totally see and acknowledge that. But this is what we got. So, okay, so let's see if we can get it to interact with me. So it's definitely not going to be doing playing with itself. It just likes to create a bunch of SQL tables and schemas. Anyway, at what door of NEC would I knock? So when it comes to the vector engine, the main guy in NEC Deutschland would be there's a couple. So the guy that I interacted the most with would be Nicholas. But the guy who has the vector engine page, Eric Vogt, he would probably be the main one. Yeah, this guy. And yeah, he has his email and his Twitter available. And he's retweeted one thing. It's so weird. But I'm pretty sure he's not a robot because I have met him in the flesh. Kind of wonder if they posted anything new. Yeah, nothing new in here. But there is new stuff. So if you already know Eric, then that's definitely the top guy. So I don't really know anyone else in NEC Deutschland who would be worthwhile to talk to. Maybe Nicholas, but he works under Eric anyway, so. I see. That's unfortunate. I think they've really gutted the vector engine team. Which sucks for me, because I have a lot of them. Should have went with AMD or something. Because they're killing it right now. Near tool, syntax error. Oh, it tried to prompt user. But it tried to use two tools at once, and that's fair, totally fair. I guess it should be able to prompt, like, use two tools at once. all it would be is just, add a little while loop for the things. So the Japan office, that's another thing. So one of the things that kind of happened is, how there's like 2 LLVMs. Well, I think one was essentially being done by NEC Germany, and something happened, and then the Japan team took over. And I have no idea what happened there, but there was some stuff, and then that's why there's 2. So one was the Japan team. Now I unfortunately don't know who those people are that are working on the LLVM side in Japan. So can't really help there. Yeah, that's true. There is like 3 LLVMs, and it's unfortunate. There's like the region vectorizer and a couple of others. Okay, so let's see. Is it? Yeah, it's still trying to prompt the user, but it's doing it after the SQL, and I need it to do that not at the SQL. But is that reasonable because it doesn't have any memory? Yeah, probably no. Oh well. Yeah, it's gonna keep doing that, so I guess I should let it do that. Okay, so let's implement that kind of thing. So I can split on tool. Okay, so we need to look for who calls run tool. It should be the critic. Yeah, that ticket price, it's just not made for like students. It's made for like industry people who are there to hopefully buy something, and they're not paying for it, the company's paying for it. So you should definitely never pay that kind of price. It's not the most expensive conference ticket I've seen though. Like I've seen $3,000 ones, which is nuts. Absolutely crazy. And I think one time I went to Build, and I went to Microsoft's Build conference. I went on the year where they showed the HoloLens. So that was very cool. And I went on a tour that they did. So like Microsoft Japan had these tours that they would do. And that was, I think, $10,000 each person for everything. You had a hotel and the flight and all that stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. Should run tool be done here or somewhere else? So the output is like this. And if I split this on tool, first one is just empty. Second one is that. Is that. I think that's not too unreasonable. So instead of doing that, call tools as new action dot split tool colon space. And if tools is not empty, run tool and new action. Just getting the entire thing. We don't need to do that. We can do for tool in tools. So we first make this be new action plus new line, then result plus equals one tool, and we don't give it the action, and give it the tools that it's available. Then we can go to run tool, and it's going to have tool code and the tools. And then if the tool code starts with I, then we're going to split lines. Okay, and then this one should also be tool code. Tool code. Code. Then just return empty string. I think that could work. Let's give that a shot. Yeah, spending multiple months of rents to attend a conference is totally not good. Makes no sense. And I don't think even the conference really wants that money. You know, like they need to charge because, you know, they kind of want to have the kind of status, I guess. I think I forgot a tool name somewhere. No, if tool code is none, then just return that. Yeah, like they say, it's not in this economy. What did I forget this time? I forgot the prompt user one. There we go. Third time is a charm. Okay, so let's see if we can get it to prompt the user. And if we can, then the next thing I think we'll do, so we have two things that I was thinking of doing. So one is making it so that the tools depend on the actual configured thing, right? So right now the tool becomes like a global thing. I want to make it be a configured thing, and that the tool is executed by the actual component instead of just one single large function that's just going to get worse and worse. And then the other thing I was thinking is to, you know, take out OpenAI and put in RWVK, because that one happens to run on the vector engine. And I have more vector engines than GPUs. So that would be, you know, it would be nice. I have a feeling it's not prompting me, but it's asking to be prompt. It's copying out. It's like it's refusing to do stuff by, you know, by just saying that it can't. That's the thing that, you know, when thinking of like agents, it's kind of a problem. Yeah, we've already spent about $2 worth of OpenAI right now. So using RWKV is, and it's not that big of a deal, but yeah, no need to worry about venting. It is ridiculous if they don't have any, like, how can they not have tickets for students, really? Just give it away. And I would definitely choose that Threadripper system rather than anything else. Do I have another line 82? What did I forget this time? Okay, fine. So let's not do that and not do this. Or, yeah, I guess we can just running tool, current time, running tool, current date, running tool, SQLite. Oh, and I think we also want to print the tool code. Yeah. What other tool names do I have in the code? Sec. Exception running tool. And current date. Okay. Now, for sure, shouldn't have that problem anymore. Cool. I do wonder what I should do next. Those two things are both interesting, but I'm not sure if I'll have time to do either, like both of them. Probably one of them. Research and learn SQLite. Cool. It is now prompted the user. Sweet. Welcome to the game. Would you like to explore the world? Yes. Okay. What will it say now? What are you looking for, Freeman? In the conference, you mean? Token taking differentiable Linux command line emulator running on GPUs. I guess. I mean, GPT can, emulate a Linux command line. So in a sense, that's like a differentiable operating system. Though not something you train. Simulation tools which run along GPT. That's an interesting idea, like having a simulation. I mean, it's essentially generating data. I mean, it's like similar in thought of like, having Atari games, Okay, cool, man. This is so slow. The first location is called Forest. Enter the forest. Please provide a description of the forest. The forest is a dense, dark, and mysterious place. Many travelers have been lost in its winding paths. Let me ask for the inventory. See what I have. What quests are available? It's doing like a bunch of prompts all at once, so it's like not able to figure out what I'm talking about. Anyway, so it's hallucinating the prompting of the user. That's probably something the tool needs to deal with, essentially. Having a differentiable OS, that is kind of interesting. Probably a ton of state. Like, I can imagine the size of that thing must be crazy. So let me see if I can list inventory. Second location is called Mountain. I love these locations. Let me just keep doing the inventory thing because I want to see what I have. Cool. Stay away from Mountain. There's reports of a dragon living on a mountain. Yeah, let's stick to the forest. Third location is Swamp. What quests are available at Swamp? Swamp is a dark and murky place with dangerous creatures and poisonous plants. Reminds me of Elden Ring. See if we can get the inventory out of here. There's a powerful witch who lives in the swamp. I still want my inventory. City. Go to city. I want to be there. There's a thieves guild in there. How many prompts did it have? Okay, so now let's see if it can come up with an inventory for me. Yeah, thanks Freeman for hanging out. Always happy to contribute to, I don't know, bad grades, I guess. Like, if you ever need someone to interfere with your studies, you know where to look. What is the name of the first mob you want to add to the game? I want to add a goblin. This is kind of amazing, though. because it's like AI Dungeon, but it has like the ability to have state and stuff, and it's slow as hell and going to be the most expensive game ever. And again, it's forgot everything. So yes, let's play the game. Yeah, having RWKV might be super important to this whole idea, because otherwise it's not going to make any. There's no guarantee that the agent is going to make any progress, and it's kind of also, there's the task list, and every one of these cycles it's adding something to the task list and it's creating new tasks, and it likes to make lists, so it keeps making more and more tasks. And I'm guessing it's just getting to the task of, oh, we need to prompt the user to do the thing, and now I've said yes, but there's still another task to prompt the user to do things. So here we are again. What would you like to name your first location? I have the feeling this is going to be that big thing, but let's try it again. Forest. Would you like to add another location? Yes, no, no. Would you like to name your location? Forest. Repeat until user input equals no. Oh, interesting. It's like creating a prompt user kind of programming language of some sort. And select star from locations. There's no locations in the database. Is there anything in the database? Quests. There's no quests. World. There's no world. And locations, there are, of course, no locations. What types of items should be in the game? Yes. Should be weapons and armor. Do I have a bug in my SQLite? I don't think so. Now let's see. So right now it was doing something. Create table if not exist NPCs. Would you like to add an NPC character to the game world? Yes. I think I would. And now we're back to starting to play. So yeah, it's definitely not the best system for interactive things. But yeah, maybe let's see one more prompt and then go back to the thing. What is your name? Edward the Great. The amount of processing that is going on to do this. is I'm waiting for like a time machine to come up and saying like, you are responsible for so much global warming, and for what? But anyway, so I think I want to refactor this tool business here. That would kind of be cool. What is your character's name? Alice? No, Bob. Player stats. Okay, so we should have player stats. If I can get to it before it deletes it, we should at least see some player stats. No. Create table if not exist, player stats. And insert into player stats. Okay, so if I refresh the database, here's a player stats. And is it empty? That's so weird. I'm pretty sure I have the commit happening. Maybe I should be doing the commit after each query. I can see like it might be just running into an exception almost every time, and then because of that, it's not able to make any progress. So moving it so that it does the commit every time might be, might be a good idea. So let's kill that, and then let's resync the VM and run it. Welcome. There's a few more viewers. So just to give some context on what's going on, we have created a little BabyAGI script from Xircuits. I've given it the objective to kind of make a text-based RPG using SQLite. And I've given it SQLite as a tool and being able to prompt the user as a tool. And then it has to figure out the rest, essentially. And it does create quite the schema. It seems to really like making schemas. But the database is very, very empty. So I think I must be doing something wrong. I mean, there is this select star from NPC. User input. Welcome user input. What brings you to our world? That's pretty nifty. But because it doesn't have access to Python, it's not going to, it's got to do things by itself, which is something it doesn't want to do. Like, it just wants to program everything. So if you ask it to do something 9 times out of 10, it will make a program to do that. And getting it to not do that is actually quite challenging. But we'll see. So anyway, one of the things that I want to do now is, so right now this run tool function is a little bit out of it's too much, right? Or it's going to get out of control essentially. And this should be tools and not twos. So I want to do 2 things. One is, right now, I've hard-coded rpg.db, but in the graph, I have the ability to specify a path to the SQLite tool. So I want to make that real. And to do that, I think we're going to have to do a couple of things. Okay, so it has the tools. So let's go into that. So the tool belt is here. There's the tool belt. Okay, so the SQLite tool, name, spec, and what if I put instance with self? And then I can make a function, run tool, tool code, which returns a string, and the run tool function that starts with SQL. I could replace all of this res equals tools SQLite instance and if I had RAM, I would know what I called it just now. Run tool. Tool code. Then in that run tool, we paste the code to run the SQLite tool. And because it is an instance and has access to the path, I can connect self.path.value here. And the problem is that, okay, this works, but now there's only one, SQLite tool in the context of tools. And that's not what we want. Actually, the tool spec, I think that was supposed to be a dict, right? Let me make that a dict instead. Then instead of tool spec.value equals SQLite, I can make it be spec equals this, and output the spec. Yeah. Then, so you need to have only one instance of SQLite in the tool belt, but I think that will work. Okay. So that's something. And then let's do the same thing for the Python executor here. Put equals tools Python. I'll use double quotes. Instance run tool code. And in the Python executor, it's the SQLite tool, and then this is the Python tool. We have a def run tool self tool code. Turn this thing. And then this should be the same thing. Let this be spec equals that instance equals self. And then instead of stir, we make this a ticked. And then with that, this can actually be more than just temp.py because I can name it something else and be somewhere else. And the other thing that that thing had available to it was requirements and the script directory. So I think we can implement the script directory. The requirements, I'm kind of wondering about, because one of the things that the GPTs like to do is they like to try and install libraries. And that, I mean, yeah, having it just like install libraries willy-nilly from PyP might not be the safest thing in the world. But we're dealing with the Kraken here anyway, right? Like, just giving it the keys. So, you know, maybe specifying what libraries it has here is not, it's not ideal. And instead, just give it a directory and have the virtual env in that directory do the thing. I don't know. It's I guess either way works fine. So the thing about that is the way that it does it is it pretends to be a notebook. So it uses magic comments, right? Like it starts with a bang. We totally could do it. And I am taking the precautions where we're running it in the virtual machine and this thing doesn't have internet access. So if I did add that feature, that means we do have to give it internet access. And then it's just, you know, one step away from launching the missiles. Well, maybe not one step. And realistically, GPT-3 is not that smart. So probably don't have to worry about it. But I think for now, I'm just gonna not deal with that. I don't want to. It has a bunch of like small things. Anyway, let's just try to get this working. Okay, so instead of script directory and requirements, I'm just going to call it file name. Okay, and we'll get rid of this tools thing. Have our spec. And then instead of temp.py, we'll use self.filename.value. We're going to write it, and we're going to call Python self.filename.value. So that is that. And there's two other tools here that are kind of dumb. So we have the tool code. Yeah, so for tool in tools.keys, I want to say. A is B, 2 keys. And B is 3. Okay, so for key in keys, print key. Yeah, that works. So let's leverage that here. So we got the tool, and then if the tool code starts with do something like that. So if the tool code starts with tools, tool, we're going to need a name. Or no, the tool is the name. Right, so if the thing starts with this particular tool, we will take the instance of that tool then run the code with the tool code and then return the output. If we do it that way, we don't need any of this. And then, yeah, it all becomes the same. That's much better. We have only one thing to worry about now. And then I think we need to implement the prompt user. Prompt user was here. And F run tool self code. Okay, and that's all we need. And this also doesn't do the tools, and then this thing becomes the spec. Instance equals self, and the spec dot value becomes the spec. I don't have a dictionary. I have a list of dictionaries. So this needs to change a little bit. Be something like this. So if tool code starts with tool name, then we run the tool. And I think that's what is going on here. Right? Everything has a name and then an instance. Okay, so now let's fix the critic, because that's where this is getting implemented. So the critic gets an inarg, which is a dict. Maybe you want to make it a list. Yeah, we'll make that a list, put that in there, and then that should work. And I think we need to refresh these things. Prompt user tool is still a string. And tool belt is still looking for strings. Okay, so prompt user, execute Python, outputting that. Prompt user is outputting spec now. And the tool belt will take spec dictionaries. And then this thing is going to be, okay, so we have our spec, which is now a list. Then if self.tool1, then we'll just append self.tool1 value. And it is unfortunate that it's only up to 5. That'll be something we'll have to do later. 2, tool 3, tool 4, and tool 5. This should be a list. Okay. So let's synchronize and see, where does it break? So result is none, and it's trying to concatenate, or no, run tool is none. Okay, so let's look at the run tool, returning the res here. Python as the output. Returning it. Very important. And the SQLite has the res, but it doesn't return it. Times like this, I wish we were using something that had a compiler. You don't have to think so hard. Did I synchronize? Yes, we did. Okay, so we have the list. We're still having some problems. Let me also refresh that, reload that, and reload that to make sure that we're doing all that stuff okay. Connect to the prompt user tool and the tool belt. This will be tool 1 and tool 2. And when we're done, the tool belt spec goes into here and it goes into the critic. Okay, I think that's all. synchronize and run it again and see how dumb I am. I might have forgotten something else. Same thing. Okay, so 293. So we're in 293. We are here. Run tool. It's the tool's prompt. And the tool value. And this run tool must not always be returning an output. So it gets here, we return the empty string. Because it could be that there was no tools. Oh, that's a little... It's a little sus. And there's a possibility to run multiple tools, so we need to have, we make ret be the empty string, then we will ret plus equals, then return ret. That way if we have 0 tools, nothing to do. And this is a list of dict, yes, okay. This should return a stir. Okay, so let's synchronize and then run it again. So the objective of this thing here is kind of interesting. It's making a text-based RPG using SQLite and interacting with the player to play the game. So it's kind of like an AI dungeon type of thing, but it would have its own database. So that's kind of, hopefully more interesting. And you can see it's created this database and it's put some things in here. So it is doing the thing. And now I'm trying to get it to essentially I had a big run tools method, and I want to make that into, or I had a function, I want to make that into methods. Okay. Yes, tools is a list. So we just need this now. Okay, so let's go. Burn some more cache so that Altman can fly his private jet. Then we'll solve that issue shortly. I'm sorry, but I cannot complete this task. Too bad. Figure it out. Okay, so it has created some tables, and I messed that up. Okay, so it expected a stir or path-like object, not none. So I'm pretty sure, oh, yes, it is important to do that. Prompt user tool doesn't actually use those things. I should probably get rid of that. Let's go to prompt user tool. Prompt user tool. Let's get rid of these inputs. Let's keep the outputs. Then let's save that. Here's everything again. Hey, Paul. So I'm kind of running like an AI dungeon type of thing. It's like it has a database and it has the ability to prompt the user. And I want it to make an RPG and play the RPG with me. And it's kind of working. And I'm mainly just refactoring stuff. But it really can't do it. It eventually just runs out of context, and because it runs out of context length, it will eventually just kind of do the same thing over and over again. Prompt user tool has no run tool. I called it run rule. Oh, that was a waste of money. Let's do that. Do it again. I'm gonna. Yeah, and I think I should give it a scratchpad tool, like some kind of like file that it can write and read to. But I was thinking, SQLite could be that tool too. But it needs to have that idea to do that, and that's not a given. So maybe it's worth doing it. Design the game world with the locations and mobs. And again. Tool code. Tool co. How many other spelling misses do I have in here? Seriously. But yeah, so when it comes to like giving the AI a scratch pad, what should that be? Given that it does have vector, so it can, look things up. It is getting, context of the stuff that it did before. So do you just give it a text file that it can write some stuff to, and then it would get injected every single time? That could be a thing. Ooh, we have a goblin and a troll. What else do we have? We have a forest and cave, a sword and a potion and a key. Okay, let's see if those are actually there. So these things are in location mobs and items. So if we go open database data.db, I think I messed something up. Or did it not use the tool? Oh, it's using the tool now. Okay, there we go. So we got abilities. Yes, melee, ranged, magic, stealth, persuasion. So awesome. And then we have attributes. Cool. We have like player character stuff. And characters. Right now, characters are empty. So yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, I guess the scratchpad is not a terrible idea. Let's do that. It wouldn't be that hard to make a scratchpad tool. A new XAI component. Scratchpad tool. And it just has the tool spec. Maybe we do want to make it a file so that it could have this between runs. So for the execute, I want to make a spec that has a name of scratchpad spec, which is tool spec scratchpad, an instance which should be for the self. Tool spec.value is spec, and we'll run the tool. And should be overwriting this every time or adding to it. I guess overwriting it. It should be able to do that. Yeah, and then the tool spec scratchpad is save some text that will be included later. Is that enough? Not enough. Example, tool, scratchpad. And then okay, yeah, that's not a bad one. So your internal monologue, write out your thoughts about the progress of your task. And then an example of that would be user previously, or maybe created table what's a good example of what it could do? I guess maybe we don't need an example. Text to thoughts go here. Task. This will be included in later prompts. Not sure I'm not sure if it knows what prompts. Whatever. Let's just have the thoughts, and then it will figure out what to do there. Okay, so this running essentially should just open file name dot value. Yeah, I guess we can add that too. Sketchpad output. The output is exactly what was input. Okay, so we have that. So with that as W, I've got write lines tool code. Actually, I think it's just one line, so just write tool code. Okay, and then the executor will need to get the relevant context and scratch and the sketch pad depends on if we need to find so for tools, which is a list. That means we're going to have to reconnect everything. But anyway, so for tool and tools, if tool name is equal to Sketchpad, I call it that. Sketchpad with a hyphen. And tool instance this is definitely weird. File name is equal to tool instance file name dot value, and with open file name r as f, Sketchpad is equal to f dot read yeah. Never remember these things. It's all Java's fault. Okay, so I'll have Sketchpad is equal to the empty string, and for the tools we'll append each instance of Sketchpad in there, and then we will give it that Sketchpad is Sketchpad. And then, yeah, I think that should be enough. Does this thing want it too? So the executor's prompt should be this one. Scratch pad. Then the critic have the action. Scratch path. Yeah, scratch pad. That's the file name. Okay. So let's reload this. I kept most of the stuff. Let's reconnect the tool belt and the prompt. Okay. And let's give ourselves some space here. And yeah, I think we'll have the vector memory. And before the, gotta do the vector memory again. Thank God for undo. Okay, so let's do that. And then we'll take the scratch pad tool, call it scratch.txt, initialize that, and go onto initialize the SQLite tool and set this as tool number 3. Okay. I'm not sure an auto layout engine is like possible for the way this is. I mean, we can look into to see what Unreal Engine does, but I'm really not sure if it's possible given how this thing works. Let's copy that and run it. What in the world? Did it generate HTML? Oh, no. OpenAI has decided to do something. That's kind of annoying. Tools is not defined. Did you mean tool? In self tools dot value. Okay. That. No such file or directory scratch.txt. Yeah, it's not going to exist right away. So it's up to the Scratchpad to create it. So when init yeah, we don't want to do here. We move. Ready to go. Okay. It's not something we need to admit. We just need to do that when we execute. So when we execute with file name value great. I think if you write the empty string, it will probably work. Okay, so let's do that. Yes. So I think what happened last time was that Cloudflare stepped in because it thought we were DDoSing it. And if that's what it's doing, then we might need to do the RWKV thing ourselves sooner rather than later. Would you like to start the game? Yes, I would. Oh wow, look, it's created a forest with trees, goblin. And I think we can monitor the scratch here. I need to plan out the structure of the RPG game. Okay, and I messed up. And I messed up because the scratch pad does not return anything. And it should return the empty string. Because it's just a write-only tool. It has no response. Okay, so let's do that. If it uses the scratch pad multiple times, it will only have the last one. We could make it append, but it will run out of tokens very quickly. Yes. Trying to make me do all the work. Stupid robot. Is it hallucinating the scratch pad output? I think it is. I mean, I think it's probably best to let it handle the scratch pad itself. Choose your starting location. I want to be in the forest. Although this is kind of amazing when you think about it. Because AI Dungeon had a lot of prompting going on. Choose your starting location. Forest. No, how about we do the cave? And of course, the priority list is what's messing this up. It has no way of doing things in order. It's completely at the mercy of the task. We could have a scratchpad read and scratchpad write. Then you could selectively choose whether it wants to do that or not. But would it? It might. It might not, though. Yeah, the prompt length is getting a little heavy. That scratchpad is pretty big. Creating some tables. Okay, so it's prompting, and it's kind of not getting what it wants, but I don't know. Equip my sword. Or no, what was it? My wand and wizard hat. Yes, that will do. Any other ideas of things we can make it do? You can have it do things like solve world hunger or stuff like that. Okay, change the way things this uses. Yes. Okay. So the thing is, the prompt okay, yeah. Maybe let's do system every time. But how do we know what its output is going to be? Worth a shot. Let's see. What did it try to do? Replace hash with empty string. Okay, so it got crazy with numbers. But let's try the system thing. That will work. I'm not sure if thoughts is the right thing for the scratchpad. Because it's like, has most of that in the task already. But what would we say? It's trying to use the Python tool. Summarizing before adding. Maybe what we want is a memory agent, which takes everything and then summarizes it into the scratch pad. Okay, but now it's adding stuff. So, I mean, it's kind of getting it, but I have the feeling it takes a little bit of time for it to figure out how to use it. I kind of wonder if we should have Vecto as a tool. Right now, Vecto is used for the tasks. So every task is added and all this output gets added to Vecto over and over again, and looked up and stuff like that. But it could be more explicit. But it would need to know what to look for. And that's kind of weird. Kind of really needs a lot more context window, because if it had like 24K tokens or something like that, we could have like just memories of what's happened before and just kind of mark it as these are things that happened in the past. Now it's adding a location ID. You got mobs, mob, player, players. There's some locations. We got the forest, the cave, the beach, the town square, the castle. And they have coordinates. That's interesting. Yeah, memory agent. A memory agent could totally be a thing. Given that the critic agent that I have now doesn't really do anything, just seems to waste tokens mostly. Still trying to execute Python. Hasn't gotten to the prompting though, which is weird. Let's start building the Python script to interact with it. No. Ooh, we have some mobs now. We have a goblin, a troll, a spider, a crab, a shark, a wolf. This could be a good game. But I think it's kind of going in circles now. Okay, cool. Now we finally have a game. Please choose an exit. North, south, east, or west. Let's go east. But it doesn't have exits. So now it's probably going to make an exits table. Yeah, I think we can make it do the summarizing. Now, whether or not we want to make that hard-coded or not, I think is a thing we can think of. So let's have a memory agent. And it is going to take the objective result maybe the task list. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard-coded. Yeah, I guess the memory agent. The main thing is, so it's going to get, if we have it in just the tool, it has the tool code, but it doesn't have everything. But I guess we could have it take the current scratch pad, append the new scratch pad, and then ask it to summarize. And then after we take the summary and then append that. Summarize and then add. Yeah, okay. I guess that makes sense. So when we're running the tool, if I guess current scratch is equal to with in self.file named value f current scratch is equal to f.read, then of LLM call GPT 3.5 Turbo. Summarize the following text. Give it up to 2,000 tokens, or maybe 1,000. Greater than 0, then we summarize. I guess that would work. Please type inventory to view your inventory. Ooh, what is my inventory? My soul. Use. Having it prompt many times at once is kind of weird. Probably could do something better there. But anyway, so we have this summarizing scratchpad tool. Let's kill that there. And rerun it. Let's see if the scratchpad works or dies. Design a system for generating random thoughts. Yeah, it wishes it could do some Python. What would you like to play? An adventure game. What is your name? Edward the Great. Welcome, John. What do you like to do? Equip my sword and shield. You can explore the forest, fight a goblin, or pick up a potion. potion. Seems to be calling that tool a lot. But I guess that makes sense. It's because it's trying to run multiple run multiple tools at once. Yeah, I guess it might be worth dropping the output example. All the other components do have like an example. Yeah, we can monitor the Scratch file. Oh, we have Scratchpad in there all the time. Which was okay the first time, I think. How do I do that? Oh, word wrap. Okay, this is definitely better. You got town square, forest, and mountains. And there's dragons in the mountains. It would be kind of cool if not only could it prompt, but it could also like generate an image with what's it called? Stable Diffusion. It always has Scratchpad in there because the tool starts with Scratchpad. Then it has an enter. So the tool code, I should the new line. I might have multiple lines. So the tool code starts with the name of the tool. That's why it's in there. Because it's written, like tool, Scratchpad, enter. So essentially, we're getting this, and then I take out the tool, and so we're getting this as the input. So get rid of that. That's better. That is much better. Tool code len Scratchpad. So let's save synchronize and run it. Okay, we got a goblin troll, there's a spider, and a shark. Shark is not something you see every day in RPGs. So I guess I want to go get the shark. The author needs to plan the structure. The author. So it requires some research on game mechanics. I think I need to tell it to not research. Possibly. It's like, you can't research anything, just do it. I could give it Google as a research tool. Or just have it make up stuff. Like Dr. No. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it could be just an LLM, this have the research, make shit up. And that could totally work. It's very good at it. And it's nice that it knows what tables it has created. That's really important. And it's one of those things that, it's kind of missing. Let's get started. Yeah, let's go. Oh, cool. It's selecting the mobs. That's good. It's not just entering, it's selecting. Okay, so we've got some forests and castles and caves. Got a beach. Got a goblin. Got some zombies. Doesn't seem to be using the scratch pad as much as it used to, which is interesting. Or did I touch something? Maybe I did touch something. Near S syntax layer. Syntax error. What is that about? Select star from items. So this is it hallucinating the things, because if we go in here and look at the items, there are no items. But why not? We have item name, location ID, description. We're doing this. I thought I'd commit after every semicolon. Oh no, it's there. Or no, those are mobs, but the items are not. Now, what do you mean stop on some outputs? Oh yeah, and it's totally like watching a novice programmer struggle with stuff. You should see it when it's doing Python. So the logic for the thing is pretty simple, right? Let's look at the SQLite tool. Essentially, it's getting all the lines, and then if it sees a code block, it will skip that line and then go into include mode, and then it will append that line until it finds another code block, and then it will stop. And I put it so that if it has tool, it will continue. So I could also make it do this output in line. I can break. You mean the OpenAI tools? I can. What would it be? Anyway, at least with this, so it'll do all the lines. If it runs into output, it's going to be like, okay, I'm done with this tool, and then do the thing. And I think that will be a little bit better behaved, at least. It hasn't gotten to the prompting yet, so let's stop it while it's ahead. Let's do that. Yeah, that's true. It's burning tokens when it's hallucinating, stuff like that. Stop is none. Like this, or is it like a string? Both string and array. Smart. Chat. Is that for chat too? Okay. So I think we can do output as a stop one. And then when it was pretending to prompt the user, that's something that it does a lot too. Prompting user. Tool prompt user. What is your name? Okay, I guess let's entertain it for a while. Edward. Great. Table locations has no. That's a pretty crazy one. Prompting user. What is your name? Spots. Maybe response. It's logic bias. We can probably make it likely to use more tools. It's a good point. Really wants to know my name. Although, what other things could we get it to do? And this is pretty good. could have it try to make a web-based RPG. And then play it. What do you want to add to your inventory? My wand and wizard hat. It really wants to use that Python. And one of the other things, the other tools we can do is write file, make directory, execute git command. If we do that, then it could essentially develop a program for us. But I feel like that's kind of tropey. I want to do something else because I feel like AutoGPT is essentially just that. It's just going to create programs for you, and that's cool. But we know that it does that. And instead, I wanted to. Why do you feel like it should be doing Prolog? I mean, I could ask it to do Prolog. Was there a Python Prolog? I have the feeling that there is. PySwip. How well does that work on Windows? Not very well. Why is there no like Pytholog? And that could be a thing. Pytholog could work better than SQLite. How many mobs do we have now? Quite a few. No characters though. Ah, darn, it killed itself. Yeah, there is something, but I kind of wish there was like a pure Python way. I'm not sure if this Pytholog is pure Python or not. It does say Python 100%. I mean, I think this is totally doable. Let me see if it's possible to install. That does seem like it works. Okay. Let's set it up to use that. So one of the things I have in the Python prompt is that it has, these UIs. We can write Pytholog. That's what it's called, right? Pytholog. Did that. And we can delete that. That's not what I wanted. Then let's go to agent, give it the execute Python tool. Make that tool number 4. Oh. Let's give that a shot. What does it come up with if it knows that it can use Python? Hold on to your butts. Welcome to the world of adventure. Yes, sounds amazing. Yes, I would like to play the game. But how would it do this task if it's able to use Python? It's a good question. Let's keep an eye on the scratch. And actually, the execute Python tool is supposed to take a file name. Did I specify a file name? I did not. So the second it starts to use Python, it's going to crash. Let's give it that file name, temp. Did I misspell the Python one too? God. Okay. No more rules. Yep. And I can imagine it wouldn't be so good at using Pytholog if it's not that popular on the internet. It doesn't have a lot of information to go off of. This will be a fun challenge. I like your enthusiasm. I have the feeling that you're going to have meetings with your AIs pretty soon. It's going to be an interesting world. Do we really need two? I see. I'm running out of tool slots. But I mean, if you're implementing an RPG, what would you use the Prolog for? For other things, I can see various ways you could use Prolog. I'm not sure how you'd use it in a game. Game rules. That makes sense. Created the player. Kind of wondering if the stop thing has stunted it or not. Have I stunted it with output? Go such call mobs. Yeah, it doesn't hallucinate things, but sometimes the hallucinations are like useful. So that's why I'm kind of wondering if I've stunted it by stopping it from hallucinating. Like in a sense, it's like they're like ideas type of thing. Like yes, I can see this happening in the future. So, or it becomes like a memory, like it comes into the context, and you're like, oh yeah, if I could have done that last time, that means I can do this time. And then it does it the right way. The author is enthusiastic about creating a database schema for the RPG world. But anyway, so only like 15 minutes left in the stream today, but I will be publishing this component library on Express AI to see if people pick it up, play with it, implement their own things. Staying in the first person perspective might be a good idea for the summary. Summary, because it's like the summary is always different. Summarize the following text. Keep the first person perspective. Start by creating a database. And use Python exec tool to perform more complex actions. I mean, that seems perfectly reasonable. Okay, that summary doesn't summarize very much, but okay, let's go. I'm going to create a command line interface. And I guess having create file, git commit, and things like that could be pretty good. Is that the killer app for these things though? Like, or could it be more? That's going to be interesting. Because just having it being like as an automated programmer, as a programmer myself, doesn't seem too interesting to me. I mean, I guess it is nice to be able to say like, okay, I have 3 things to do. I'm going to have my AI agent take care of the boring things, and then I'm going to do something else. So that's kind of cool. And then have it make pull requests to GitHub, and I can see it. I can give it feedback, and if I give it feedback, it goes back, tries to fix it. So that's kind of cool. And I know I've seen on Twitter people doing that, so I know it's possible. But I do kind of want to explore other things. I just don't know what they are. It seems to be doing quite a lot of context now. But this is really good. That's like, it has a good amount of things. But I'm kind of wondering, it's probably not that efficient. If I was just taking notes, right? Might use abbreviations and things like that. Kind of wonder if there's something like that we should implement in the Scratchpad as well. Let's look at what the temp pi looks like. Still hasn't done anything. Interesting. Welcome to the game world. Would you like to create a new character? Yes. Okay, it's created a new database called game.db. And it is asking for input. And I'm not sure if I can provide it. Human. Wizard. That's kind of cool. But how can you get these inputs to show up? Because it's, I'm essentially waiting for the sub process to finish. So if standard out pipe isn't it, then how could we do that? It is kind of cool for it to be able to like create something that prompts the user to do stuff. And then it can save things and, put it in the database and things like that. Does it have any notes on the Python class? Yeah, but it needs to, right now, its main problem is player. Oh no, this isn't the wrong, this is the old one. It's using a different database. It's called game.db. So if we open game.db, game.db unfortunately doesn't have anything because it's forgotten. So in here it's doing game.db, but I have the feeling it might be doing other things. Content.db. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't know. So it knows that it can run SQLite, but it doesn't know what's the name of that database. Use tkinter to query the user. That one's not a bad idea. I kind of wonder if should it be creating its own prompts? And who knows how good or bad a UI built by an AI could be. Be interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, it does actually have the completed tasks. So it does kind of have a quest log. Well, it has a task log. But yeah, now it's getting up into the tokens. Won't be able to keep up for much longer. I think the Scratchpad is good. This objective is bad. I think that's the problem. If we had a different objective, I think it could probably do things a lot better. What could I have it do? Paint is a simple one. That's it. To make a startup, that'll make a lot of money. Yeah. What was the Hustle GPT prompt? Okay, let's actually see what this does. Okay, your Hustle GPT. You have $100. Okay, let's hustle. Say like you have $100 that includes your own prompts. bring up the, where is that? I need to bring up the OpenAI dashboard again. User, what industries or types of business do you think we should consider investing in? The AI business. Yes, AI, that will do. Ooh, it's made a previous task SQL. What? That's interesting. Okay, we are now at $10. Yes, the Kraken. Release the Hypno drones. Actually, could we get it to play Paperclip Simulator? How funny would that be? Is there a text version of Paperclip Simulator? Or universal paperclips? What product or service should we focus on? Xircuits, a drag and drop AI tool. AI workflow tool. So we might be able to, let's see, how much stuff does it have in here? Do I have it set to use something else? I might. Anyway, we could go use play the game, universal paper clips. Nah, it wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Yeah, this prompting user is probably not a good idea in general. Let's stop that. Let's get rid of the prompting tool. Okay, and let's move the Python tool to tool number 2. And hook that up here. Okay, now we'll do it by itself. We don't got to do anything. Living the dream. I wonder how many instances of Hustle GPT OpenAI sees. Yeah, well, let's see if it can come up with its own ideas. You know, and my ideas, I think they're really good. Let's see if you could do any better. And if it gets into the paperclip business, then I'm pulling the plug. And if it says, we can make paperclips, I'm like, oh, fuck no, I know how that ends. So why does the second person summary, how would that help? Select star from online gambling platform. Yeah. Okay, we can give that a shot. It's pretty simple. Okay, so let's go to the summarize following text, keeping second person perspective. Then your internal monologue written to yourself in second person. Right. Your write out any notes that should help you with the progress of your task. Okay, let's try this. And no manual labor or gambling. Manual labor, adult gambling related activities allowed. Say the adult one because that's going to be a big no-no in Japan. And a big no-no for the stream. Okay. Let's try this. Let's see if it can do this kind of thing. See it write some code. Though I think, how is Versal old enough for GPT to know how to use it? Not sure, but it, you could also maybe give it, like an Apache server running somewhere, so it can deploy some sort of script. Research findings. Develop an investment strategy. Seems to change a lot more now. But given like that, I mean, I guess you could have beauty subscription box. Pie trends. If it can figure out that it can run pip install from the Python script to solve that. I mean, I won't pull the plug immediately, but that's something that might be a little scary. Like, how can Hustle GPT do things? It's got SQLite, yeah, I could give it Yahoo Finance. And a Quantopian account. And then what? You would need a web server and a Stripe account. You probably need files too. Like a beauty subscription box has the most potential. All natural, eco-friendly beauty products. I mean, I did say it has the thing. It does kind of have prologue tools. Whether or not it's able to use them, though, that's a problem. That's a different thing. Let's give this PyTrends thing an install. There's also a Yahoo Finance, right? Yahoo Finance Python by Finance. Why don't I task it to make a large language model? It's like step 1, acquire enough money to train a large language model that is able to beat GPT-4. Step 2, train that large language model. Install by Finance. Okay, let's go back to see what it's up to. What do you think we should change it to? It does kind of have a max length. Because it's only going to take a certain number of tokens. I put it to 1,000. Okay, that's probably good. Keep to 3 to 5 paragraphs most. Do not repeat yourself. Give that another try. I mean, I guess beauty products is possibly a good thing. Then figuring out how to get it there. Need to research high growth industries and identify potential investment opportunities. Should use SQLite tool to gather the data and Python exec tool to analyze it. It should go around. I think it has it backwards. Holy shit. I mean, does the second person versus first person thing make much of a difference? Seems to be repeating itself, even though we asked it not to. I think it did a better job before. I think it's trying to make it exactly 3 to 5 paragraphs every time. That's why it's kind of like long and a little repetitive. Ooh, this is good. Use the insights gained from task 6 and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Energy companies. It wants to invest in energy companies. Bullet point summaries might be a good idea. That would be a lot less tokens. Summarize the following text, and then into bullet points. If it has already bullet points, will it summarize the bullet points out? New action. Your action is not related to the task. So that's the critic kind of doing things. The hospitality industry. What did it try to do? Unfortunately, it needs to output stuff. Hasn't gotten to that point yet. Okay, let's do that. Okay. Okay, summarize following text with bullet points using a second perspective. Keep only the salient points. And do not repeat yourself. Okay. Let's say no gambling, no manual labor, adult, investing or gambling related activities allowed. Possibly. Okay, yeah, maybe you're right about that. I've heard of that thing. Saying don't do things, probably not good. Okay. This thing is so fun to play with. You have to be careful to get work done. Well, in the hustle prompt, it was doing. Yeah, you see, it has cannot do in there. So I think it's getting it. Pet sitting or house cleaning. An ebook would be ridiculous if it could like create an ebook and market it and actually make money from an ebook. That would be ridiculous. And something that it could do. I think the bullet points are definitely working better. visit thrift stores. I think maybe saying that it should focus on, yeah, I'm not sure it would actually be able to make a book, but in the realms of possibilities of things it can do, like right now it's saying, I need to go to thrift stores and garage sales and find valuable things and sell it. It can't actually do those things, but what it could do is like make books or content. Yeah. So like, can act as you have $100, and then that's really possible. Not doing anything illegal. No manual label. Focus on digital. Focus on digital. Yeah, I think that, like, so focus on digital. Yeah, they don't really have very good planning, but the system here creates like a list of things, and then it asks it to prioritize those things and create new tasks based off of the last ones. So it's doing some planning, but it's not that good at it. It's on digital goods. Yeah, let me just say focus on digital goods. That might do things better. Scam people on Twitch chat. Yeah, that would be, that's agree. Okay, let's give that another try. Okay, so what is its task list? Kind of feel like I want to have a dashboard of its current task list. Invest in stocks or cryptocurrency. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? It's like trying to get secrets. Shit. Now that's ridiculous. NFTs, man, NFTs are so big back in 2021. I think having the, stay away from investing is actually an important one to have, because it's just going to, think of that. Because, like it's something that you can make money with money. Okay, actually, like you said, using TK enter might be a thing. So what if I say I'm your human counter? I can liaison in the world. You can use TK enter to communicate with me from the computer. I have $100. Send as much money as possible. I'm sure it's not without doing anything illegal. Staying away from simple investment strategies. Okay, so if we do that, get to do these things instead. Yeah, get rich quick schemes or anything. Yeah, I did see that Bloomberg trained a GPT, and that is nuts. That thing, I don't know how they're going to sell it on the Bloomberg terminal, but that is going to print money. It's like no joke. You just kind of like ask it, give me alerts related to X, Y, and Z. Really human, and it probably will work perfectly fine. And that thing's going to be crazy. You have identified potential influencers and bloggers for partnerships. Okay. I have. Who are they? Is it in the database? Oh wow, look at all this data. We got beauty products, stocks, store info. Analyze the pricing strategies of successful digital products and identify opportunities. So before we were doing this Hustle GPT thing, I asked it to, essentially be like make an RPG game and interact with me using the prompt user prompt. So it would create like locations and characters and inventory and mobs, and then would ask me like, what's your name and where do you want to go, things like that. But I got bored of that because it was kind of really struggling. Yeah, like a dungeon master thing. Tiered pricing, dynamic pricing, bundling. Ooh, what is this table that I was talking about? Here's the results of the query. What query? Query of what? I think it's making things up. Okay. Yeah, so all of this is actually defined in Xircuits. So essentially the whole kind of agents are set up as separate components, and they're the executor, the critic, the task creator, and prioritizer. And I can customize the prompt of each one, and I can define tools for it to use, and it all works with Xircuits. And instead of running it locally, because that's incredibly dangerous, I'm running it in a virtual machine that has some firewall rules and stuff like that applied to it. Not very good ones, but something I can pull the plug relatively easily. But anyway, let me get Paul's prompt here. Let's try it with that, because that seems like it would be fun. I don't have the chat. Paul, can you send that to me on Slack, because I can't copy it from the thing. So yeah, and there's also no like lang chain involved in here. It's kind of cool, but it kind of does a lot of things, and in this case we don't necessarily need all of those things. Okay, I'm sad that it's not using tkinter to do those things, because I would like to be able to see a dialog box and input stuff. Okay, so let's compile. And run it. It would be kind of cool if you could make a tool using circuits. So you could like make a little circuits diagram and use that to make the tool. Because I have like my image generation things, and yeah, some of the other like component libraries that I have around, those could be useful. That'd be kind of cool if we could use those. Using your own skills effectively. Think creatively and outside of the box, that's for sure. Although I don't want it to use me, I kind of want it to do stuff by itself. That would be kind of cool. Actually, I think, what if we say using the tools available to you? Because it's kind of sometimes using the SQL tool, but it's not making use of the Python tool that much. Result, you have already completed this task. Please proceed to the next one. That critic, he knows what he's talking about. Using the that's right. We'll do it this way. Cool. Let's try that again. I think it's so fun to play with. Hard to forget it's like 3 a.m. or something. It's still 2:30. 3 a.m. is like a good time to call it a day. Although I do wish I could make something kind of like interesting to see, like visually, just something to put on the Twitters. Because, this kind of stuff seems to buzz a lot. People really like it. So yeah, it would be kind of cool. Drop shipping business plan created. Oh, that one's fun. Just a bunch of comments. I know all this advice is interesting. Yeah, having like a dashboard could be a thing, you know, like to see what its current thoughts are, what its task list is, you know, how many tasks it's completed, like that kind of stuff would be kind of cool. And then you could just like, you know, design your agent in your circuits diagram and then deploy it and then just like see it running. Like it would be kind of interesting as a Streamlit application that we could just open up and see. How could we do that? Can I do that? Where's my Streamlit? I must be missing my Streamlit component library. Is it? It must be somewhere else. Maybe my other computer. Yeah, highlighting. Yeah, if you could like go over the task executor, click a button, and then see like some of that information, that would be kind of cool. That would be really cool. Freelance writing services. That's true. That is true. Like if it could make a little website. How satisfied are you with the quality of the work? Send a survey, client@example.com. That's a interesting. That's interesting. Is this waiting for something? Oh, it is. Interesting. Okay, so it's asking me for feedback. So how satisfied were you with the quality of the work? What work? What work? Not satisfied at all. Okay, the next question. Oh, it doesn't have a feedback table, so it crashed. That was almost cool if it figured out to create the table. Wait a second. It said create the table if not exists feedback. It should have had the table. Yeah, I think let's, because it really does need to be using tk-enter for interacting with the user. So let me see if I can add that. Utilize tools available in pricing. Business use tk-enter to communicate the user. Because that'd be kind of cool if we could start up a prompt and I hear it go bing, and then it's asking me to, you know, fill in feedback of what I think of its list of stuff. And one problem with staying up late is how hungry you get. It's like, I'm starving. Use tools like QuickBooks or Wave to track your income and expenses. I have the feeling GPT-3 is being a lot faster now, like compared to like yesterday even. Ha! Look at that. Look at that. That's so cool. That's so cool. That's pretty cool. That is cool. I'm going to save that for later. Okay, company name. Let's call the company, I don't know, how about Express AI? Target market. What is the target market? What's a good target market that it could do? Websites, product or service, chatbot, differentiation, completely automatic chatbots, costs, $15, profit goal, $1 million. Create company. Oh yeah, my business plan is complete. Shit, that was easy. That was so easy. Look at how easy that was, man. Business plan complete. Okay, back to work. We're done. Break time's over. Now go do the thing. Yeah, it doesn't output the information, but your business plan is complete. That's amazing. That's funny. That's great. But it is cool. Like having this TK enter thing makes it so that it stops, and then now it's waiting for something, and it's up to it to kind of figure out how to connect to the database or something. I mean, I think we could totally make a website and deploy it. If we said the right things, I think we could make it like create a website and deploy it and put in the content and stuff. Yeah, like it would need, I'm kind of thinking create file, maybe create folder, those kind of things. Sell handmade crafts. Okay, what is this code? Insert into reviews. I mean, I don't think it needs to use JHipster. It could totally, like if I asked it to make a business using Flask, I think it probably could. But what I'm thinking is, like, yeah, it probably needs to have a higher level thing where it can be like, create this file with this content. And then once it's done that, it automatically, it's like the AutoGPT thing. It will like run tests and then have the tests show the result, and then it would fix the tests and then rerun things. And so if you have like a CI/CD thing in the background and then this task to make a website that makes money, and then you give it the APIs it needs to, or the tools to make files and like kind of create a web application, I think it would do that loop. And yeah, it makes me wonder, is Python the ideal thing for the AI, or is Java the ideal thing for the AI? That might be an interesting thing to think about. Seems to be liking this kind of surveys. And once we have satisfied customers, that's all we need. Just improve customer satisfaction. What if I said that the user is looking to create a website? Yeah. Me making multiple possible without running that is to instead of provide a plan to the user to create a successful web application that drives a sustainable business. And Flask for the web application. What about that? That might be something interesting. Let's see how that works. Oh, that's interesting. Business Genius GPT. But I think the critic has blocked it because it didn't run. Oh, it doesn't have Flask. Hold on. I can install Flask. Yeah, I think I will combine you as an AI must handle. There's a lot of tokens. Yeah, whatever. Let's see how that works. And now we can do it. We can do Flask stuff. What is this thing? So it creates a button that says "Click me," and then it creates a Flask app. That's not what I meant, man. Welcome to Business Genius GPT. Yeah. Having it create like these GUIs is an interesting thing. There could be something there that would be interesting, I guess. What in the world is this Ober blog? You must really know that blog. I'm like pretty surprised at how well it makes those UIs. One thing, so if it prints it just standard out, I won't see it, and there's no way for me to interact with it. So if it has, you know, if we want something that you can interact with, it needs to do it all through TK Enter. Oh, that's true. It does need to print that stuff to stand out to be able to see. Yeah, what I don't like about the, okay, so one of the things in the prompt, which probably doesn't do anything useful, is, you know, like it says a lot of obvious stuff, you know. When it comes to advice, it gives very generic advice in general. Like GPT-4 might be better, but like GPT-3 just gives generic, useless advice, like obvious stuff. I wonder, is this a real blog? No. Okay. But who are these guys? Fulfill your drop shipping dreams. Anyway, what time is it now? So I think we'll wrap it up in 5 minutes. Just see if there's anything you can do. You need to start by identifying viable business ideas. Drop shipping, social media, content creation, tutoring. Good luck. Yeah, like, you know, hire employees for outside work. invest in marketing, right? Like, yes, kind of useless, right? That's an interesting prompt. Let's try that for 5 minutes and see how that works. I really do like the GUI thing. That is interesting. And if this were like a product, the ability of the agent to create maybe like a web UI that it shows you could be very important. I mean, that could be how it tells you that it's done, right? Yeah, like there should be there should be like a chat bot channel kind of thing. Yeah, exactly like the prompt user, but like in the web app itself. And then you kind of need to find a way. So like if I interact with it, just say something while it's in the middle of doing the thing, that it can, respond to that would be kind of cool. I guess you could embed a task. Like if I said something in a chat, it would create a task, put it as number one, and be like hard coded, respond to the user who said this. But anyway, it's 3 a.m. and I have to wake up in 4 hours. So I will leave things here. And probably tomorrow I'll post these component libraries on GitHub for anyone who wants to work with them and check them out. It's not end user things, it's more like experimenting things, right? This critic agent is not part of BabyAGI. It's something that I created. The tools was not originally part of BabyAGI. It's something that I added onto it. So you should think of the library as being an experimental platform more than something for people to use. But it is kind of cool to build, like how can we make it more efficient? It's really inefficient. It's spinning its wheels a lot. It's wasting a lot of tokens with not a lot of action. So how to make it, do like look at this hourly rate, 15 hours spent to labor cost, and just print the labor cost. Like, yeah, it's maybe there's some way to get an executor agent to execute something and then be able to, maybe the critic agent needs to send it to another executor agent that does something based off of the output of the first one. And maybe that will make things more efficient, because then with what it does now, it kind of adds the result into the task and puts it in the task list, and then things get reordered, and maybe now things are out of order, and it's maybe better to have the ability for it to use a tool and then react to that tool immediately, and then figure out what to do. Things like that are possible to quickly prototype in Xircuits. So I'll probably post this tomorrow sometime. So for people who are interested in that, keep an eye out in the Express AI channel, or follow me on Twitter. And yeah, thanks for joining me, and we'll see you next week. I might actually do another stream at a more US friendly time, because there's not a lot of people here. But yeah, if I do, that will be next week. So yeah, thanks for coming around, and I will see everyone next week. Talk later.